All right, we might as well start. Welcome everyone. I hope you're going well tonight. Let's just jump straight into it. So we're continuing our Gantt chart, and what we want to do is we essentially want to build it. We want to build the proper thing. So if I go npm run watch here, let's start off our debug mode. And yeah, I've got to get my little drawing tablet. Oops. Sox's tail's in the way. There you go. All right, let's get straight into it. Oh, well, something happened then. All right, going into the list of sprints. Let's pick the first one. Yeah, once again, we did all this work. We're happy with it. So what we're wanting to do is kind of replicate it, build on top of it. Of course, change the colors and stuff like that. So essentially, instead of having these garish colors, we'll use something sustainable. So yeah, and just plan it out a lot better than this, of course. So what we'll probably need is, yeah, we'll need to get some of this stuff down there and get rid of what's up here and all that kind of stuff. So we're slowly building this up. All right. Cool. Let's get started. So the first thing we want to do is we've got Gantt chart and Gantt row. Let's go to XLE draw. Let's reset the canvas. Okay, and what do we expect? So component wise, socks, calm down. All right, so at the moment, if we have a look at the screen, we've got the Kanban board, sorry, not the Kanban board, the Gantt chart right there, and then each of those rows that come along here, those are a single row. And the best thing is I get to drag and drop these within any of that, and it'll just work. All right, so what we want to do is essentially kind of break this up into all of its different components. I don't foresee us having many components at the moment because the row works perfectly fine with what's in it, and the Gantt chart works perfectly fine with what's in it. We might include a header row, and that's about the only difference. So what I mean is, let's say we've got, oh, an ad. Oh, sucks your tail. All right. Anyway, ad time. I hope everyone's going well today. So I'm just going to do some weights. Waiting for the ad to finish. All right. About a minute of weights should do it. And you guys can't see Socks at the moment, but she's sitting in between the keyboard and the monitor. So, yeah. We've also got to tighten these weights. You can hear them rattle. Alright, about 40 seconds left. Alright. I've really got to tighten those weights. Those are coming very loose. All right, about 25 seconds left. All right. About 10 seconds left. 5. There we go. I'm moving way too much. Anyway, welcome back. I need to improve my form. Towards the end it was Pretty shocking. All right, and everyone say hello to Socks. There she is. All right, let's jump back into it. All right, so component-wise, what we probably want is a Gantt chart. Oops, sorry, my setup isn't fully. So we want a Gantt chart. All right, so at the moment I'll roughly draw those out. So you want Gantt header. Like so. In fact, that won't take up too much space. And then you probably want a Gantt render, a row render. Like so. So we probably want something like that. Now, what we definitely do want is we definitely want to use VueJS for handling any of the sort of manipulations and so forth like that. So in the VueJS, we will contain all the state management, all the state, essentially. So if we have a look at what we've currently got, I think we did set something up, if memory serves me correctly. Oops. Hey, there we go. Sorry about that. All right. So if we go VueJS, did we have a Gantt chart set up? Oh, I don't think so. Oh, probably not yet. But essentially what we want to do is we kind of want to send a lot of this information to its relevant sort of place. This is a lot of, sorry, that's a lot of rows of data there. So generate header, I think under the test Gantt row, we've got a couple of emits in here. We have a delta and all that kind of stuff that we're constantly figuring out. Yeah. It's something that we'll set up. Won't be too hard. But yeah, I reckon having it like this with a VueJS containing all the data that we need. So if we just go here, we click on this. So VueJS will essentially be able to manipulate row data, fetch initial results, etc., etc., etc. Now, we can have a Gantt chart. We can also have a Gantt information. And what that could do is that could be the initial loader, but I feel like loading the page with its data would be a lot better. So if we view page source, we've already got the data we want. So the sprint results. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I like that idea. All right, cool. So let's get straight into it. So I'm going to close all of these and minimize everything. I'm going to open up this. I'm going to start with the back end. What we're going to do is we're going to open up this. We're going to open up Sprint View. And we're going to go to Sprint Information. So currently with the sprint information, we know the template. We're happy with the template. We've got the sprint results. So object get sprint ID. Those are just the sort of display that we have up here, this information here, which we will eventually need. I'm just wondering where we put that information with the Gantt chart. We haven't started the sprint. So yeah, at the moment, I still need some of this information up here. We can get rid of all of this. And yeah, we can essentially put this somewhere in with the data and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just having a good think. So we'll still need that. And then sprint object assignment. We filter everything out with the sprint ID, requirement item results. That pulls project and tasks. That then pulls them through and something like that. I feel like we should do this as a separate sort of thing. So let's jump here. Let's draw up something very quickly. So on the page, we kind of want to still house the sprint information somewhere. We also want to get the Gantt information. So the sprint information will be up here, like so, and then we got the Gantt chart. And we kind of want it to do its thing here. The idea being is we're going to extend the Gantt chart to other areas. We kind of want a lot of business logic to enable that. All right. One other thing I'm going to write down here, get data after page load. Right, because that will save some of this. And then we don't need to worry about any of that. It just gets the sprint information. We might need a Gantt chart view, which is fine. We can easily do a Gantt chart view. And then all the URLs will get the data from the Gantt chart view. All right, and then yeah, sucks. Really. Okay. So I'm just having a quick think, being like, with the Gantt chart, we kind of want to state what objects what without any problem whatsoever. So, for example, if an object's a task, I'll say it's a task. If it's this, I'll say it's this, and so forth like that. And currently what we're doing is we've just got the sprint object assignment in this sort of case, which will work perfectly fine for this. It does mean that we won't have parent-child sort of relationships at the moment, but that is something we can build in the near future. So a good example of that is we might have the Gantt charts. It might send back what type of destination it is. It might be sprint, and then sprint has, okay, cool, I just get this data. If it's a project, it goes and uses another function and so forth like that. We've built something like that before, rather simply, and it worked perfectly fine. So we could potentially do the same thing again. All right. So for the moment though, I've got to focus on sort of sprints. I have the page load to get the data. So what we'll need, sorry, this is a little over the spot at the moment, but I've got to figure this out. So CRUD. We need the CRUD. So the create, we've done. All right. For the sprint itself, it's done. We're fine with it. With the read, we need to, where do we get the data? And what I'm happy with is I'm happy with having a get view. .py. I think this is a large enough sort of thing and separate enough thing to have its own view. The update will also be in here too, and the delete. So yeah. Okay, let's get rid of all of this. All right. Because none of that makes any sense out of this context. In fact, I'm just getting rid of most of this. All right. Cool. So what we want to do is we don't want any of this information. Let's have a look at this. I think this sprint information is also in there too. All right, let's go. Let's go do some research. All right. I mean, I do kind of like that, task one, all that kind of stuff. We'll be doing the similar sort of thing. Yeah, kind of like that. But we'll need more information up the top. Oh, sorry. Oh, hold on. All right, we'll have something like that, and then up the top. Ooh. I kind of like that. Where... All right, I like that idea where we've got boxes up the top stating what's happening. I kind of like that. Now, whether or not we could do that up here, we could potentially do it. So we could have the sprint name. I don't know how that would look on this sort of page. Yeah, we've got the start date, we've got all that information. We won't need the story points at the moment. That functionality will be implemented. We definitely won't need this stuff at the bottom. So I feel like we could do something with this. And And all right, let's do something with it. All right, let's open up the templates. Let's open up NearBeach. Let's open up the sprints and sprint information. All right. So we're sending everything down into sprint information. All right, no, I want to go down here. Sorry, I want to open up the source sprint components. I've got sprints and then sprint information. So down here, we've got the test, we've got the add object wizard, which, yeah, we still will need that. But I don't know where that will belong on this whole entire thing. And let's have a look at Gantt chart online. All right. And they've got the ability. All right, cool. They've got like little buttons up here. I mean, that could also be another thing. We could implement buttons up there to do that. I kind of like that idea where we can just add and have the wizard pop up. Yeah, all right. So we can create those as little tiny buttons on top of this. And then, yeah, we'll have plus add object. We can also, yeah. We can also have this, we won't need to zoom out or zoom in. We won't implement that just yet. That will be a feature later down the track. And when that actually happens, yeah, there's a lot of math to it. So yeah, it's going to be one of those things that's just going to be a pain. All right. Sorry, phone's just going off. I don't know who that is. 509. Oh, that's probably... Okay. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to check my voicemail later. All right, so we can easily have little buttons in here to do all of that. But that will be part of the Gantt chart, not part of this. Okay. We can figure this out. And the delete. There's socks. Okay. I'm going to simplify this. So we'll need this. But I feel like a lot of this information is not needed at the moment. So, sorry, give me 2 seconds. Socks is an empty cupboard. All right, so what we need to do is we need to figure out how we want to actually have this looking. So a lot of things with NearBeach, if we go to an object or anything like that, it uses a card format. So for example, like this, we've got the object up here and then the title here. In this sort of case, I don't think it's going to be appropriate for that. I mean, we've got something like this. Doesn't look nice in this sort of case, considering the Gantt chart's meant to be the main focus. I think a lot of this can be squished up, especially up towards the top. So we've got, so a good example would be something like this, where we can probably have up here sprint. So we can have sprint information up here, and then we have it all dotted along here nicely. Start date and end date, and then down towards the bottom, down towards the bottom where we start with this, we can actually connect something in there, but it's not gonna scroll like that. So we're probably gonna have to put this in its own scroll, which we can do very easily. So if we were to, let's say, we haven't done it yet. All right. Let's say I want to do that right now. Socks, what are you doing? Socks. All right, so we got a div around this. So what we do, test Gantt, overflow, scroll. Okay, so the idea being is that's not working. Ooh, all right. That's the next step, because these are rendered differently, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, because that's a position absolute. I mean, and then if we scroll in here, those aren't moving. because it's position absolute. Yeah, this is... Okay, cool. It likes... Okay, that doesn't work. I'm gonna have to have something like this, and we're just gonna have to spread the information out. So we won't worry about story points at the moment. We won't worry about start date. These particular buttons, I mean, we can make them this, like this big. How did we do it in here? Oh, how did they do it in here? All right. And this is where I can play around with stuff. So it might be a case that, yeah, I haven't quite figured everything out yet. We can figure that out right now. I'm sorry, something's texting me. Okay. All right. Let's play around with the Gantt charts again. Let's see what we can do. So we've got the test Gantt chart, and then we've got the test row. So in the row, what we actually have is we've got the spacer. If I get rid of the spacer, and there's our spacer width. So I'm just getting rid of the spacer. We're gonna wait a few more seconds. We're gonna hit reload. Everything's in there. So now if we do this, what we have is we've got the render bar, display flex, flex direction row, which I don't need anymore because render bar in itself is position absolute. If I do this, and hey, the Bob I know, how are you going? Alright, that won't work. And I've hit an ad break. Hopefully you can still see me. So, yeah, we're just figuring out how I can get this Gantt chart to work even better. Yeah. You're alright wrestling with some React.js stuff? Oh, fair enough. It's been 6 months or more since I've played around with React. I've got to sit down and do some more. So I want to build up my WordPress template for robothead.me, built on top of WordPress with my own WordPress template using React widgets and stuff like that. So I'll build up my own little React widgets because WordPress uses React. yeah, just got to do that. And one of these days, hopefully soon. So yeah. You don't see any advertisements? All right, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm just getting told that there's ads at the moment. So yeah, I'm just doing this so no one misses out. So yeah. I'm assuming you probably have Turbo or something else. So yeah. How have you been at least? Is it Friday for you? Or like is the weekend finally here? I'm just realizing how much my glasses reflect back. Yep, in Malaysia. Yep. So the weekend's here. All right, don't forget to drop. Same time zone as Perth. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, they should be. Let's wait. I keep forgetting if Perth's 3 or 2 hours. Yeah, pretty much. The weekend's here. And don't forget to drop. I'm doing Shocked Max at the moment. Okay, so that idea didn't work. So I'm just going to undo that. And I don't know why, if we bring this back, yeah, this worked just perfectly. Another idea I should have a look at. So width is 100% view width. Overflow scroll. And why the hell did the width just shrink that? It's not good at all. And now that I get rid of it, yeah, I mean, a lot of this would be fine if it was just a Gantt chart on the screen, but we've got more information that I don't want to sort of lose. Yeah. Oh, sorry. How do I do it in the Kanban board? So I've got the Kanban container, overflow auto, margin, all that kind of stuff, max height. Yep. All right. So I do an autoflow auto here. So what if I do something similar here? Have an automatic overflow. Once again, that does that, but with those, because they're positioned, yeah. What the drop does, that just makes a little character drop down. There's a little target for it to aim for. So do an old empty ember one there. As you see, it just falls down and aims for the target. It's just a silly little game. No one wins anything. Okay. Yeah, so yeah. It's just a little fun little game. Oh, sorry. Oh, bit of a yawn. Sorry about that. Width, background color, yada. They got it in a TD. Got it all in a table body. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's look it up. CSS, overflow, position, absolute. All right, I want to absolute position an image that I will be moving around in the div, and I want anything that extends outside to be clipped. Here's an example of the problem. Try adding a position relative to your outer div. This will position the image relative to that div, honoring the flow style. All right. Wrong page. There we go. There we go. All right, I learned something. I want relative in there. Then that way this will work how we want it to. Cool. All right, cool. So now we just got to design this thing properly. As most people know, I'm shocking at design. Absolutely bonkers bad at design. So let's just get started. Straight off the bat, we're getting rid of this. We no longer need it. So let's go into here. We've got the sprint information. So I'm just going to get rid of that table. In fact, I'm just going to get rid of all of this. Now, we won't need to do the test Gantt charts anymore. I hope you can get some funding one day so you can hire a killer UX. Yes, yes. So I am slowly saving up. So everything this stream brings in revenue, I'm saving up to actually pay for a UX designer, a UX UI designer to just come in, at least do a couple of the pages. So for example, they could, if they do projects, they can skip tasks. If they can get the request for change one done too, that'll be great. Kanban and the Gantt charts and stuff like that, then yeah, that will be great. And I just know it's going to cost a lot of money. But that being said, it'll totally be worth it. So we've got the add objects wizard. Got the confirm sprint thing. So this just removes everything now. So we've just got a blank page which we can work with. And what we want to do is let's just go in here. Let's draw something random in here. So usually we'll have let's say this is our page. We'll have sprint information. Up here. And then, in fact, let's get rid of that. because we've got the sprint name. Now, we'll have the start date of the sprint probably underneath it. What other data was there? Don't remember, I got rid of it. Let's have a look at the forms. We've also got the forms like this. I still like this idea with a font like this. And then what we could do over here, we could easily put in a start sprint and all that kind of stuff. Over here we can add, and then later on we can build upon this. And then on mobile format, we'll only have the add, or maybe just the start. Don't know. Yeah, also let's see what data we need. What user I should be admin in here. So with the sprints, let's just jump into a sprint. We've got the sprint name. We want the ability to go back to the project. And hello, Irfan, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. We're just designing stuff at the moment, or thinking about designing stuff. Essentially, we had a messy screen. We knew it was a temporary screen. We've just deleted everything from it. And we're going to put everything back in shortly. So we'll need the sprint name. So we've got sprint results. 0. Now, oh, I don't know how these sprint results are shown. In which case, we want to go into the backend anyway. We're going to get rid of this data here because it's no longer needed. Because we've decided the Gantt chart will actually download that data for us. How did I learn Django? Good question. So what I did was I knew a bit of programming and stuff like that. I wanted to know if there was a web framework for Python. I actually typed in Python web framework. Django popped up. I clicked on here. I went get started with Django. And then there was a tutorial. So I highly recommend, if you're interested in using Django, to at least follow the tutorial because you can actually get started with this. So the instant I finished this tutorial, I knew I could do NearBeach with Django. Yeah. And hey, Nocturnal, how are you? We are looking at the sprint information. It's glorious. We are currently just redesigning this at the moment and making sure everything looks nice. Now, I won't need that anymore. So I'm a doc reader. Kinda. I do read the docs, but I also play around with what I can do. So there's nothing wrong with a doc reader, but also playing around is perfectly fine. So yeah. But yeah, Django got me, the tutorial got me started. I was like, I can build NearBeach with this. So that's what I did. And yeah. So many years later, nearly 8 years later, here I am. I did delete most of my code back in August 2020, so I should find out the date I deleted it and then create NearBeach's birthday off that or something like that. Spending a few hours hacking can save you 10 minutes of reading the docs. That is true. That is true. However, that being said, there's been a lot of times where I've hacked around this stuff and actually learnt a little bit more because I would have ignored it if I read the docs. So, yeah. All right, so we're just going to... Cool. We're flat packed this already, so this is great. I am just going to go into here and I am just going to do that. And then underneath, what we want to do is p class equals text instructions. Is we're just going to put start date down here. And we're going to go sprint results 0. Now, how did we do this before? We got finished. We got get parent URL. Do we have start date in here? Props. Root URL, sprint results, theme, user level, requirement. All right, I do need some of that code back, so I'll just go to the GitHub and copy it from there. You do learn a lot when hacking it out and stuff like that. But yeah, you're right. If you're trying to get stuff done, the docs help. So yeah. Yeah, me too. I spend lots of time hacking it out and so forth like that. I've also gone into unit tests to see how people want stuff to work before. Yep. Can I use drop tables in your login page? Yes. Yes, you can, because Django protects me from it. All right, so this is temp code. We're going to remove the temp code because we don't need it anymore. We're actually doing this properly. So we've got the sprint results and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna close that, keep that open, close that. Yep, we kind of figured out how we want to... Oops, no, wrong one. Actually, I can't type. Yeah, you do have to love sanitation. I went, yeah, a long time ago. So this is going back to, ooh, it would have been, I think 2016. I think memory serves me correctly. I cracked the absolute shits one day. Absolutely, just like because I was reading up on PHP and how to do it. Now I knew at that particular moment how to do C, C++, Python and stuff like that. So I had known about sanitizing your inputs and stuff like that. I know that it's very easy to sort of do SQL injection, and that's a very low sort of requirement to get over. Like, that's like one of the first things you learn. And I remember reading tutorials on how to do stuff, and the one problem with PHP back then is a lot of the tutorials, this isn't to do with the programming language itself. These tutorials would contain code which had the ability to do SQL injection in them, and I cracked the absolute shits with it. Being like, no, this is terrible. Why are people doing this? Why are people teaching people to do this? This is not good at all. So I actually did have to learn PHP for stuff like WordPress sites and so forth like that. So yeah. Lots of bad tutorials do exist, yes. Sadly. But yeah. Hey, oh, did you want to get up on the desk? Anyway, Socks is here, everyone. She's back again. She's going to cause trouble. Guaranteed it. All right, let's go to NearBeach. Let's jump into our Gantt chart permissions. Let's go into our source, JavaScript. I don't think I needed to jump into this version. It's fine. It's components, sprints, sprint information. So here's our old sprint information, and essentially what we have is the sprint name. We've got that. I think we could potentially do the sprint status. Oh yeah, we can give Socks some treats. Whoa, Socks, calm down. Jesus. All right, I'll do that right now. Okay, there we go. In your bed. Now, where to go, sweetie? All right, in your bed. No, don't just like step in your bed and then step out and then complain. In your bed. Girl, let's stay. Go. All right, now Socks, there's one more. I put it down secretly. Oh, yep, you found it. All right, cool. She's had her Wheaties today. So the really good news is Socks was very well behaved when Lily was here. So I'm very happy. All right, the sprint status. Oh, all right. I feel like if we were doing a status, we'll put it down in here. Or should we include it at the top? Oh, I'm going to keep it out for the moment. But that is something we do need in there. Temporary solutions for cats. Yeah, I finally taught her not to sit on my keyboard. She behaved 99% of the time. And then one day she'll just sit on it. Absolutely just belly flop right onto it. You woke up to Latte because he woke up half an hour early because he wanted attention. Aww. Socks was snuggling with me the other night, jumped into bed, and just was like, you know what, I'm going to sit right next to you. And I was like, oh. All right, whoops. Just accidentally pulled the camera my way. So I'll just put this back up. And we'll just focus it on Socks. And hopefully this time I won't type in my Amazon password. So, sprint start date. Yeah, we kind of want that. And yeah, that's actually a good point. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy all of this back in. And we're just going to go through and see what we need in and what we don't. So straight off the bat, we've got our start date. But I also want to do, so let's do a P class equals text instructions. Like so. All right, cool. And then we have finish date. And we go sprint results finish date. Sprint end date. All right, cool. All right. Woke up to. Oh wait. We'll call up. Mocha will curl up over your arm in front of your face and just go to sleep. Aww. All right, so what we want to do is a simple v if and we just want to actually copy this. I'm just going to cut that out. All right, like so. So what we're doing is we'll show the finish date if it's finished, otherwise the start date if it's not finished. All right, so I've got that data in there. Let's just delete that. We're not dealing with the story points at the moment, though that will be very interesting information to include in here. I don't think it will be relevant at the moment. Oh, Catio, yep. I think Pip was talking about that the other day. At the moment, I just sent a pic in your... Oh, all right. Let's have a quick look. I won't show it on stream. Oh, nice. That is looking very nice. Okay, so you've got... Yeah. All right, the one which was at my mum's was a sort of chicken wire type of Catio wire mesh. Oh, it wasn't actually made out of wire though. It was more flexible. Ah, this is what my mum has. So she got this stuff. So this stuff is covered. Her backyard is just, this is everywhere and stuff like that. And the best thing is when there's a lot of wind and stuff like that, it kind of stretches just a little. But yeah, 3 full weekends of work just to get that done. It was a lot of work. All right. Okay, so I'm going to close that. I'm going to go back into the code. We've got the sprint name. And with the status, I don't know what we can do with the status at the moment. I just want to have a look at what this looks like. Yeah, if I were to do this, I would actually bold that, have that in proper format. Also, I would bump these off the wall slightly. All right, give me 2 seconds. Sorry, this is just me figuring out stuff. All right, sprint information. We've got this. We've got sprint status, which I'll cut out of there. Paste into here. Yank this. Paste it into here. All right, and then what I'm going to do is I am going to include the test Gantt chart in here. We're just testing it out. They're going to have shelves and stuff to climb and will allow us to open the back door more. Nice. Yeah, so my mum's place now, because the cats actually go outside and they'll poop in the garden. She hasn't had to change her kitty litter as much. And because it's all enclosed and stuff like that, it's very safe. So yeah. Oops, socks, careful. That's my microphone. All right. Ooh, I kind of don't like that. It needs to be in a card. That's the thing. It needs to be in a card. I think that's what's driving me insane. Alright, so much like how these are in a card and stuff like that, so if we bump into, let's say, a requirement, we've got requirement items in here, requirement links. Let's actually link this up to something. We've got something like this. And that's kind of what I need to put in there. Alright, so I'm just stretching my neck and my back and stuff. Alright, whilst having this bump up, I think there needs to be a little bit of margin. I don't think this needs to be like the Kanban boards where it's... Oh, even the Kanban boards has the tiniest amount of margin. All right. Once again, we shrunk this down to just having the title in there. So that could potentially work with that. But I feel like that would be better. Almost like in a card. Okay. Let's play around with this. All right, cool. Now that I kind of know what I want, let's play around. So, straight off the bat, I am having to work around socks. Come on, sweetie. Can I work? Come on. Yeah, there we go. All right. There she is. For all who want to know where socks currently is at the moment. All right. Could I yank? No, I don't think we should be using object link. Oh, hang on a minute. Row object link. Header card. All right, cool. Oh, there's already card names and all that kind of stuff in this. So I'm just picking a better name. Because, yeah, we do call those the cards. And if we have a look at customers, let's add in a customer. We inspect it. We've got like custom cards. So header card does work. And then inside what we need a we need a header one. Like so. Definitely need a header one. We then need a div class equals header card and then information. Like so. And then in here, this is where we'll have the task and the date. So we'll have a simple div class equals header card information date. We'll have two of those, one for start, one for finish, and then div class header card information and then status. And then we'll have the status in there. Now, depending on the if statements on here. So I'm just going to keep these simple. So v if the sprint results 0 dot sprint status equals finish. All right, we want this finish to appear. So it's just going to be this. I'm going to paste it in. Just going to delete all this. And then this will be a v else. Like so. And then this will just be like this. However, we won't need this. We definitely won't need this anymore. And then that should be the basis of it. And what I want to do is I want to do inline style here. Actually, no, I don't want to do inline style. Nah, screw it. For temporary sort of thing, I'll do inline style. But we'll move it to its own sort of sprint. So we might call this the sprint title instead of the sprint car. Not sprint car. So the header card. We might call this the sprint sort of title. So here it is right here. So what we kind of want to do is we want to go and, we got the header card and we want to go max width. What's our max width? So if we actually go here, it's 1020. So we want to do the same thing. We want to do, and then margin auto. So thus, that should center, like so. I'm gonna do this properly. All right. So, sprint header. All right, cool. So we've got a bunch of sprint headers. We're going to open up our Sass. I'm going to move the mic back here. And we want to go Sass components. We want to right-hand click on this. We want to go new file. We want to call it sprint.scss. Hit enter. We're going to add it in. And then we're just going to go dot sprint header. And we're going to open it up like this. And we're going to go max width. It's going to be 1020 pixels. All right. Margin. All right. We're going to have 20 pixels from the top. Auto. We're going to have 20 pixels from the bottom and auto. So we're just going to do that. And we're going to save that at there. We need to open up the main. And we need to put it in here. NOPQRS. All right, right here. So at import, we got components / sprint. And there we go. So I'm going to put the sprints up at the very top of this. So we've got that happening like that. Then what we want to do is we want to go over here. I really do like this style. So if you have a look at the customer card, we've got the height, we've got the border, we've got the padding, we've got the background color. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm just going to do that in here because I feel like keeping that consistent looks nice. All right, that's saving. We're going to have a look at this. Now this, because we're editing Sass, it takes about 8 seconds to sort of compile, which is super long. So I'm going to refresh the wrong page. I'm going to refresh this page. So that's looking a little bit nicer. If I have a look at the customers, I can see it works like that when we've got an image. It doesn't work very well when we've actually got text there. So I'm probably going to change that to 20. Oh, that's for the top. All right. That kind of works. All right. So we just need 10 pixels. That looks fine. So I'm going to get rid of the 5. And now what we want to do is this is going to be display flex. We're fine with that. It's looking perfectly fine. Flex direction is going to be a column. That's perfectly expected. Then we want to do sprint header information. Now, straight off the bat, what we want is we want display flex. We want flex direction to be a column in mobile format. This is where we're going to change things up a little. At media, now this is where I forget the at media queries. So min and screen and min width 767. Probably muck that up. That's, yeah, meant to be in brackets, min width. All right, and then flex direction is going to be row. All right. So going to our sprint information, what we want to do is we actually want these to be strong. All right. And then we just wait a little bit longer. We're going to hit refresh. A little bit longer again. Still waiting. There we go. Perfect. So at the moment, if we go to the information and what we want to do is font weight lighter. Okay, so in here, we want font weight lighter. That will work perfectly fine. And then another thing we want to do is we want to separate these. So what we could potentially do, and very easily, is we could go justify content space between, like so. So justify content space between, easy done. So that will separate everything like that. And if we want it to be evil, is text line justify. Oh, it doesn't do it. All right, no problem. I think that looks a lot better. Now, if we have a look at mobile, we've got it like this. Thank you very much, the Bob that I know. Yeah, I tried to be. Now, if we've got it like this, Now this is with the iPhone 6 and 7. What we could potentially do is we can sort of truncate this, and I feel like we should be truncating the title a little on mobile. Otherwise, you'll get wraps around for days. So what we need to do, CSS text overflow. This is kind of what I want, ellipsis. Text overflow ellipsis. Doing what I want. Why? Has no effect on elements since overflow hidden is not set. Ah, my music just suddenly stopped. All right, we'll jump to this one. We'll go to this one. And I'll find another quick, because that's only going to last 2 hours. I mean, it is almost 8 o'clock. Find that. I'm going to see how long I can go tonight. Okay, just give me 2 seconds. Royal DMCA free music. That's probably gonna, yeah, cut that music. That's annoying. Yeah, that's live. We'll just go to live. All right. Going in here, justify content, space in between. We're happy with that. With this, let's go. All right. Sprint header, overflow hidden. Then with this one, if we remove that, all right, has no effect. Okay, well, what if I take those off, go up here, go text overflow, ellipsis, does nothing. All right. Cool. CSS header 1. Only works when the following are true. The element must be constrained width, i.e. in pixels. Width in percentage won't work. The element must have overflow hidden. White space, no wrap. All right, cool. Let's go back into here. Let's just refresh this. Could be just me forgetting stuff. All right, cool. Overflow hidden. And then, what is it? Text overflow ellipsis. There we go. I just needed to do those. Makes sense once you do it. So up here, what we want to do is we want to have a header 1, and we want to go overflow hidden text overflow ellipsis. What was the third one, which I just all of a sudden forget? White space, no wrap. And don't forget to drop everyone. You can add an emote at the end and see how you go. Judgmental Lily is coming down. Yeah, I'm happy that both Lily and Socks weren't fighting each other constantly. It was really nice. There were hisses. Don't you worry, there were hisses. But there were no full-on out fights and stuff like that, which is nice. considering they used to fight all the fucking time. All right, so that's looking nice. So that's just a little sort of thing. We can add in the buttons in here if we really wanted to, like to start, add object, and so forth like that. You should get started on dinner. Anyway, thank you very much, the Bob that I know, for popping by. Anyway, and I hope you enjoyed dinner. So yeah, greatly appreciated for you popping by. All right, so what we need to do, we've got that started. Let's bump this back up to here. So I'm happy with this at the moment. So we've got this. Now to start rendering this out properly. So, yeah. And thank you very much, Mike Christopher, for the follow. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Okay. Don't know why I'm on that page. Okay, so we've now decided how we want it to look, kinda. We now need to get rid of this sort of test stuff. I think at the moment, yeah, I should. Okay, so that's like that. Oh, I really should key back in those buttons, just because we will need them. That's all. I'm just going to NearBeach.org. I don't know why. My brain went there, and I was like, you know what? I can get to this code from there. All right, this code should actually be in just master anyway. So we need to go to source, JavaScript, components. We need the sprints component, and then we got the sprint information. So what we have, so we had that massive sort of table, and then we had a bunch of buttons. And we only showed them if the user level was greater than 2. Now, one thing which we could do up here is sprint information. So we've got all of this how we want it to. Then what we need is h2 v if user level is greater or equal to 2. Like so. I'm just going to copy this because we've already got the code. Might as well key it in. We need to bump it down by 1. Now that should be sprint. Okay. Wait a few seconds. Should hit reload. And now we've got this out here. Now we should, in theory, actually have these buttons out a little bit more. All right. And I also want to see what it looks like on, yeah, it doesn't look nice. And I feel like start sprint and add object should be 2 different colors. If I duplicate this tab, I find all objects, I go into here, I scroll down here, I think. All right, add object wizard should be a primary. Ah, whoops, wrong one. Ooh. Oh no, that's the right one. There we go. Okay, so those buttons are really close to each other too. Kind of makes me want to redo this row. I don't want this as a submit row. Okay. Let's get back here. All right. We don't want this as a submit row. I'm going to call it sprint header buttons. We're going to get rid of this. What we're going to do is bring this down by 1 tab. I like the line there. I think that line is good. It distinguishes information from action. And then down here, what we want to do is pretty much this should be all fine. Yeah, all right. So I'm just going to refresh. Now I need to get rid of the classes here and here. And then I'm going to put delete button like so. And I'm just going to hit refresh. All right, so they're squished up. That's fine. What we want to do is we want to have this as display flex, not spelled incorrectly. We want the flex direction to be a row, of course. That's not going to change anything. What we want is we want the justify content to be spaced between. And then that's pretty much it. That's perfect. So go back here. We've done space in, so sprint header buttons. All right, so what we want is display flex, justify content space between, and we're happy. So that gives us that. Now at media screen, we want to hide something when the screen is at a certain thing. So what we want is dot delete button. No, I didn't touch anything. Delete button. What we want is display that to none. And then at media screen, and min width is 767 pixels. We want that to be display block. All right. Oh, and we have an ad. So yeah, ad break. I'm gonna put my fatigue map down because my feet are getting tired. All right. Let's do this. All right. So yeah, we're just laying this out. That way that functionality is there. And it looks a lot nicer this way. And then from there, we'll start with the Gantt chart. I think I might have Gantt information. Followed by all that. What we drew up before. knees are burning now. All right, 20 seconds to go. Oh, I shouldn't be rocking back and forth so much. All right, 5 seconds. All right, welcome back. Oh. All right, back on my fatigue map. Let's get back into it. All right, delete button, all that kind of stuff. All right, refresh. So that's looking nice. Nicer, I should say. And then when it's like that, yeah, we'll bump it into this mode. And then in this mode, someone can scroll. So we'll add in that functionality and so forth in a quick minute. All right, so let's get focused on the Gantt information now. So I want to go back to the sprint information. I want to scroll down. I want to remove this. Easy done. And then I'm just wondering if we need to put it at this level. I'm going to say no. Yeah, I'm going to say no, putting it at this level. I'm going to remove that. Going to remove those 3, 4 lines. Yep, all right, cool. So let's go up here, Gantt chart. We're going to right-hand click, go file, go new. We're going to type in Gantt information.view. Going to add it to our Git. We're adding a simple template at the moment. And then we're doing our script. Export default. The name is going to be Gantt chart. We're going to have props, which straight off the bat, we will definitely need root URL. Type is string, default is going to be that. It will need static. Ooh, I don't know if we need static URL. Now, the reason why you'll probably be going, but why are we doing it like that? Well, the main reason being is, I've just thought of something. This could actually go straight into, no, oh no, we've got that. No, it'll be fine. Sorry, let me go back a couple of steps. The reason why we're importing root URL and doing all that kind of stuff is we're not going to actually have it in the sprint information view. It's going to be its own separate thing. The reason being is we might have a sprint Gantt chart information template to render stuff out and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's why. The idea is we want this to be portable. All right. Oh no, we definitely need all that in there because we're definitely, yeah. All right, cool. So yeah, at the moment we'll just have this. And then what we'll do is we'll have a simple div class equals Gantt chart. That's going to be our parent. From here, we're going to do everything from it. Now, what we need is we need position relative for that straight away. So we're going to go into our components, create a new component. You're going to call it underscore Gantt chart.scss and instantly go to Gantt chart position relative straight away. All right, we're going to put that all the way over here. We're happy with the sprint stuff at the moment, so we're going to close it. This will keep open because we'll constantly edit this. We'll have this closed. The sprint information stuff, we'll have Gantt information in here. And we'll go and do a simple vbind root level, which I am just going to yank from up there. Put it down here. We should also, we need a theme. So theme, type, string, default is going to be light. Like so. We'll definitely need user level. The one problem is this is going to double up with quite a lot of this. We don't need that, we don't need that, and we don't need that anymore. But we do need the sprint results. All right, cool. So in here, we'll also need user level. That will be type, number, default, 0. Easy done. Then we'll have our methods. We'll have our mounted, where the mounted will get the data and all that kind of stuff. Just not yet. We'll also need our Vuex. So in our Vuex, we'll have Gantt chart. So it'll be called Gantt chart.vue Vuex.js. Now I keep forgetting how this is done. Export. All right, cool. I'm just putting that over there for reference, and this will be just called export const module Gantt chart equals, and then what we want to do is state mutations, actions, and getters. So I think are just all objects. Yeah, cool. And then that is fine for the moment. We're going to close that. Where what we want to do is we want to open up the Vuex store. We want to import. Now this goes after documents. So it'll be import module Gantt chart. And then down here it'll be Gantt chart module Gantt chart. All right, perfect. So we no longer need the sprint information. We're going to need to get the initial data. So we'll need data in here. And that will be, ooh, good question. So this will be pretty much the sprint information, or the rows. So I'm just going to call it, in a sense, data's stupid. We need it to be specific. Gantt data. And that currently just equals nothing. All right. Should that be at the Vuex level? That should be at the Vuex level. Hang on, I'm just trying to think of this. There's a couple of solutions which I've got in my head. The idea being is we need somewhere to put the Gantt data. We also need somewhere where we can manipulate that data Having that in the Vuex would be a lot better. The reason being is if it's in the Vuex, what we get is, well, we get the data. We get everything. We get, what we need from the Vuex. It's direct access. However, it's down here where we go through the loop of everything. And I'm just afraid if we loop through everything down here, something will change and then we're gonna have problems. Yeah. Whereas before, what we did is we had the loop, we had the data here, we had the loop in here. But when we edited something, we admitted the data into here. It modified the data. And then it sent the stuff back. Yeah. It's so cool. Yeah, this is a question and a half. Oop, just dropped my pen. All right, let's draw this out. Okay, I'm just gonna delete this, no longer needed. Sweet. All right, so the problem. So the problem is, where are we storing the data? All right. I don't know. So one location we can store it is the Gantt information. The other place is Vuex. All right, both good places. I'm leaning on Vuex for the moment. Okay, so the pros for this, every component has easy access. All right. At the Gantt information, one place to manipulate the data. In your socks. All right. Another one which Vuex has, and this is actually if sprint can easily manipulate data. And the one reason being is Vuex is accessible from every component. I'm gonna have to do it at Vuex. So we're choosing Vuex. So the next problem we have how does Gantt information loop through loop through the Gantt data. One method would be to have it download, have a local copy there, and then just render everything else out. But the one problem is, if we're doing that at larger and larger and larger and larger and larger sets, I think it's going to slow us down. I'm just thinking of the program. If we were doing 7,000 rows again, what happens? I feel like it's just going to slow it down. I think the power of it before was, it wasn't copying a lot of data, it was manipulating one row. And just one row of data. And I think we need to do that here. So what I'm going to say is a potential solution get the length. And render indexes. Oh, did you want to? Yeah. Say hi to everyone. Oh, I'm just thinking where I'm going to keep the core data, and I think Vuex is by far the clear winner here because I have access to it everywhere. The one problem with that is, let's say I've got the Gantt information component. Underneath it, I'll have the header, of course, but I'll have the Gantt row, which will be a simple v-for loop. And I was wondering, if I've got the data in the Vuex, I don't want to send down all of that data into the Gantt information, because every single time I make a change up here, it's going to copy all that data down there. Whereas if I do something silly, I send down just the length of the array. When it renders out this v4, I can go a vbind index. And what that can do is can send up the index up into here and request that data down here. I think that might be the better solution. That way, if I'm making only one bit of change, it's only going to affect that one row, because the length doesn't change. Don't quote me on this, because this is where it becomes very technical. I'm under the assumption that it doesn't re-render everything, which is why our 7,000 rows worked perfectly fine the other day, because it wasn't having to re-render everything. Yeah, it's a bit of a noodle scratcher. But yeah, I think that's just going to be the easiest way. And it gives us a lot of advantages too. So we've got actions in the Vuex and stuff like that. So I can get the data that we need, which we do in other Vuex's components and stuff like that. Makes sense, like passing a pointer instead of a value. Yeah, which will be that sort of index. Will be that pointer. And then that will just be a pointer in an array, or an index in an array, however you want to say that. Yeah, and then we just get Vuex to handle everything. That way I can also then plug it into sprints, and then let's say I'm adding an object, I can then just add that object into the Vuex. Everything will change. It will have to re-render in that sort of case, but that should be fine. If I'm moving the start date, end dates and stuff like that, it's only affecting that particular index, so hopefully nothing else re-renders, it's just that one thing. Yeah. I think that will do. All right. So I'm going to delete this. It's not needed. We will need, however, to import map getters from Vuex. We'll definitely need those. So what we'll have is we'll have watch down here. Be careful, socks. Is it watch or computed? It's computed. And then dot 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 map getters. There we go. And then we'll have what we need in here. Is there a way you can visualize the parts that are re-render? What do you mean? Oops, socks. All right, if I go back into, oh, I need all right. Oops, socks, be careful. All right. I should also add get information into the app.js. Come here. Just bear with me. Right, that's in there, and then I just got to place it into here. I think I've seen before where tools will show box around the stuff that got rendered, and each time it draws a different color or something, and then gets thicker and thicker the more times it re-renders. Ooh, is that part of the? Is that part of the Vue diagnostic tools? Because if it is, now I'm in plugin settings. No, I just want to go to the app. Don't do this. No. Oh, God damn it. Hello? I don't have an app on this page, that's why. Hello? Enable props, highlight updates. Don't enable if you're, oh, all right, cool. Yes, it does. All right. All right, cool. Let's try that out. Won't take me too long to implement. So I'm going to go back into, first off, let me finish up this sprint information sort of stuff because we can quickly shove it in there. So I need to go into here, go down here. I am typing in get information and realizing that I need to put it up here also. All right, might be useful because you can re-render if it, yeah, yep. So we can do this very, very quickly. So in here, what we can do is we can do this very, very quickly. So in here, what we can do is we can go test Gantt chart. Boom, done. All right, wait a few seconds. We'll find all objects. We'll go back to the sprints, because that will render out this. Then what we want to do is over here, we want to click this and highlight updates. Now, I'm just doing this because it does warn people that there are flashing and stuff like that. So I don't want to just suddenly do this and have people be like, oh God, there's flashing. And it's not actually doing anything. I'm just going to go to another page. Just going to see what happens. All right. Highlight updates. All right, the flashing isn't that bad. There we go. So if we go into here, we start typing stuff in, we can see like there's a green bar around stuff which has been updated and so forth like that. And then if we apply and add that, we can see it doing stuff on the page. All right, that's what it looks like. If we go into here, I'm just gonna refresh. So here's our thing. We've got the highlight updates. And as you can see, it doesn't look like anything's actually highlighting, which is weird. Because this div is definitely different. Oh, hold on. I thought I saw it. There we go. There's, yeah, it's only that one. Yeah, it looks like it's just the one row. It does flash up a little. Oh, wait, it did flash the whole thing then. Probably too fast on the others. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, all right. But yeah, there's, I think, 1,000 rows in here. Yeah, I saw the small row do it, and then it then selected the whole thing. So, which I'm assuming means that, hey, there's something that changed in here, but not necessarily every single row. So yeah, I'm gonna do that index method. I'm gonna turn that off just in case it does accidentally cause some issues. So there's our test. We can get rid of that. And now we can start building it. Now, data-wise, we're working with sprints at the moment. So, oh, ad break. All right. Oh no, that's a random message. Oh yeah, that's Nightbot. All right, cool. I'm gonna do another minute of weights. Oh. Remix. So hopefully by the end of the year, I'll be strong again. Actually, most likely fine. And don't forget to drop. Oh, I don't have the drop thing on here. All right, let's fix that now. Add existing drop game. All right, cool. Everything's on here now. Ow, I just clobbered my shins with the weights. Okay, feel free to drop. All right. I think this is cheating. I didn't do a full minute with these legs. I've got to go to the gym tomorrow morning. Gotta clean my car. Got new wheels on the car though, which is nice. New tires. So now I should feel a little bit safer on the road. Alright, so we've got the Gantt chart. Now we've got to figure out a few things. So I am just thinking about stuff. In reality, we should be binding the parent. Oh, we didn't put the parent hyperlink back in. Shoot. I should do that. All right, give me a couple of seconds. Sorry. And that should be, yeah, we'll do something like that. All right. I don't think we need that. I think that will do. Got to wait a few seconds. Hit reload. Oh. Let's have a look at this. I'm just switching a few things around, waiting a few seconds. Yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, I just can't decide at the moment. Waiting a few seconds, hitting reload. I think that's best. So you still got the go to parent object here. You got the start date and you got the end date. Now that I got that information, one thing I want to do is, Socks is on my tablet. Okay, she's not moving. One thing I want to do is with the start date and end date, I want to limit that to the parent object for the Gantt chart. That's just going to make it a lot easier for us at the start. We might, in the near future, not do that, which is perfectly fine. But at the moment, we want to actually get to that minimal viable product where we've got the Gantt chart showing up. So yeah, what we need to do is we need to get the start date and end date from the back end, put it into the front end, and get all the other bits and bobs together. So yeah, and I know we can do this. You just realized something's a bit weird? What's a bit weird? Sorry, I just saw your message. Okay. So, Gantt chart. Never trust Wi-Fi. I've had this shirt for so many years. My mum bought me this shirt, I'm pretty sure, back when I was like early 20s. So I had this shirt well over a decade. On my current project, I'm using a query string with camel case instead of path parameters. And it makes the URL look so ugly. Oh, fair enough. What does the path parameters one looks like again? Trying to think what my work does. I mean, these are bad examples. Only no. Pages question mark page equal ID equals 20. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think what my work does. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, can't show this. Let's have a look. Just because I deal mostly in the backend sort of stuff. Okay, yep, they just do it like, oh, no, it's in camel case. But that one's not in camel case. Oh, that's the value though. The key's in camel case. All right, yep, cool. Yeah, so I just looked at what my work does. So for example, if they've got a URL, let's say they've got pages, they'll have current page equals 20. Yeah, so with Django does, for example, if we've got pages, it will prefer you to do it like that and stuff like that. You can have query strings and so forth like that. NearBeach, if you actually have a look at the NearBeach's URLs, so if we jump into the URLs, you'll notice that I've got these in here. So that's where the variable will go. A great sort of example would be, let's go for object data, because hey, this will have destination and location ID. So you'll notice that I put in both the destination location ID as variables in there, and these actually get passed over into the view itself as destination location. So yeah. But yes, I'm using Django here. My work uses .NET, and usually when I don't do much of the front end stuff, so I deal with the back end sort of stuff. So I had to remind myself what it looks like. All right, let's get out of this. Let's get out of this. Now this is the test Gantt. Oh, yep, don't forget to drop. And we can include, ooh, Frankie. Ooh, so Nocturnal, you got 56 there. Bob, I know, oh, I just crashed in. Oh, Bob, you got an 86. Nice, you were going for it, and then I was like, kapow. And you landed there anyway. So, Gantt information. So we got the Gantt chart. We want to initialize the data, which we want to get from the back end. So we want to go into our views. We want to create a new file, and it's called Gantt chart views.py. We'll add this in. From Django HTTP import So I think those are the base three that we usually do. And then from NearBeach.modals, we'll import the following. So we'll import sprint, we'll import projects, we'll definitely import task, element OPQRS. Ooh. There we go. Now we've got to think of the CRUD. Now that Socks isn't here, I can actually draw this up. So let's just, oi. So get data, or no, CRUD. All right. So we need the read. The read will be initialize. All right. So we need to essentially get data. I'm just thinking of good names. Yeah, I think so. Get data. So if we were to call this URL, we would be, now this won't be sprint, this would be get chart. We'll have the information, int. Oh yeah, inf. And then we'll have get data. Now, what that will contain, parent object, info, which will include title, include the ID, include the object / destination, it'll include start date, end date. And that's all we kind of need at the moment. Now, we'll need permissions around these types of sprints. Sorry, not sprints, Gantt charts. But it'll be pretty much similar to, in this sort of case, this will be looking at the sprint. So, yeah. I will have to modify tuner. So I'm just thinking about a bunch of different things at the moment. So I'll also need to think about permissions very soon. Okay. And then once this project information is done, so I should put in data here. We would also need the linked objects. So what I mean by any linked objects is if you go into NearBeach, let's go and find a project or something. I'm just making sure I turn that off. What you can do is you can add links in. So let's say you want to link to a task. You've got relate, so they're both related to each other. Is blocked by, so this has been blocked by something else. It's currently blocking. Is sub-object of. Has a duplicate object of. Is duplicate object of. Now those, some of these, when you have, let me rephrase that. These linked objects, what we're looking for is anything that's essentially equivalent or a child of that object. So if we were looking at projects and we were creating a sprint around a sort of project or anything like that, we want the stuff underneath. So in this sort of case, sprints will have their own data and their own table. Requirements will have requirement items. They'll also have object links. Projects will have object links. I'm just, sorry, the writing's a bit terrible at the moment. So, the we would want relates to is currently blocking is parent object of. All right. So if I were to do relates to task and stuff like that, add that in, is parent object. So we kind of want these two to appear in the Gantt chart if we build a Gantt chart at the project level. Yeah. This is where I've got to start thinking, how can I portray levels and all that kind of stuff within the system itself. Yeah. I think that's a hurdle we'll come across soon. I think let's not solve it now. Let's once again get the minimal viable product and not overcomplicate everything, because I think we can get to that minimal viable product, realize our hurdles that we're going to have to cross, and sort of fix it up so we can cross those hurdles easier. All right. So going back to this, once again, we're actually only focusing on sprints. We already have that data. We know where we're going to get that data. We have sprints. We've got what's called sprint association table. So let's just look up that data. Let's pull that data down, and then what we'll need from that data is we'll need the title, we'll need the start date and end date, Luxon will handle these on the front end. I'll be happy with that. I don't think we need the stage. Actually, no, we do. We do. What we need is we need the object type. destination. And the object status. So yeah, I think we just need that bit of information. That's going to be fine. And we need to flat pack this. So this will be for all of, this will be for requirements, items, projects, and tasks, which sort of all fit under this. In fact, no, this requirement is a bit wrong, sorry. All right. And we can actually see this information in the old this anyway. So if we go to NearBeach, we go into NearBeach, we go into views, we go into sprint, and if we scroll down to sprint information, we can see we get the object itself, and this we're essentially going to be copying and pasting this code and then modifying it. And then you can see we get the requirement item results, the project results, and the task results. Fairly easy. And then we just shove that all in. So, yeah. When we do that, we then want to serialize all of this. Yeah, all right. Okay. So I'm just having a good hard think. So at the moment, we're only doing this for sprints. So we'll just key it in for sprints. And then later, when we implement the Gantt chart for other objects, we'll have to modify it so that way when we send the destination back, it does its magic. But we'll set it up so that it automatically sends the destination back. Yeah, all right. Cool. Let's start programming. So we were going to call it Gantt, I think Gantt information. No. All right. Sorry, just hitting my first roadblock naming things. All right. Gantt chart information would be, I'll just call it Gantt information would actually be good for rendering the page. Getting the data itself, we will need to send back the parent information. We don't have the Gantt chart itself. So we'll need to get Gantt data. So I'm just going to cross out all of these. So we'll have Gantt data. We'll have destination. And we'll have location ID. So that will be the parent stuff sending through. And then we'll have get data. Like that. And I think that will be the best sort of solution. Isn't that right, Max? Max? Hey, buddy. Anyway, you want to come up here? Yes. Anyway, Max, say hi to everyone. Max, up here, up here, up here. Oh, are you a bit shy, buddy? Okay. There we go. All right. So if we go over here, we go into this. At the moment, we're just gonna type in get data something like that. We've got requests, we've got destination, and we've got location ID. We will have args and we will have quargs later on, but we're not for the moment. For the initial proof of concept, we are only dealing with sprints. So if destination does not equal sprint, return HTTP bad request. Sorry, object not supported. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. You don't have to jump from down here. There we go. Yes. Yeah, yep, thank you. Sorry, object not supported at the moment. Then we would want to get all the data and so forth like that. So what we would want to do is we just go over here. We're just going to copy all of this. All right. And then we're just going to paste it in. And where did we get? Oh yeah, we just need to import that. So what we need to do, sprint object assignment, sweet. Now, we're just going to have location ID. Now we need requirement item. Like so. All right, cool. Okay. So that's just getting the object assignments here. What we'll need to do is we'll need to change all the titles and stuff like that, and then we need to unionize all of these queries. So I'm just going to go Django RRM union query, different models. All right, cool. So the idea being is if we have the title, if we have all the different fields named the same, we'll be fine. So, character field. All right, cool. So we've got two different options of doing that. So for a list of tuples, we can do that. Now, if I go here and go Django tuples to JSON, oh, and we're on ads. All right, back to the weights. Hey, buddy. Thank you, buddy. All right. Doing a minute of weights. So yeah, the idea being is if the data's all the same, we can then put it in a particular way. We should be sorting it at the back end too. I think it'll be nice to do it in the back end. We can do it in the front end when we get the data. That won't be a problem. It just means client has to do that work, which shouldn't be too much of a problem. God, my arms are hurting. Oh no, it's still swinging backwards and forth a little. All right. Come on. Okay. Get in there. All right, welcome back. Whew. Sorry, Max. All right. Whew. Okay. Getting back into this. So we want to union all of these. So what I want to do, annotate, title, yeah, I had that right. Title is, this one we don't want to annotate. And this is where I've forgotten all the names of everything. All right. So the title will be called requirement item title. All right, so what we had with the data wise, start date, end date, object type, object status. All right, title, the status will equal requirement item status. Status ID equals requirement item status ID. All right, yep. Start date will equal requirement item. This will be, oh. These don't work. Oh. All right, I'm gonna have to add in some hidden fields. And we have a problem. It's a problem. Requirements and items don't have start or end dates. Now for the sprints functionalities, this should be fine. But when it comes to Gantt chart functionalities, we're gonna have to do something. We'll probably actually have a table called Gantt information where it will, yeah, we'll have to solve this at a later date. So, temporary solution. And I don't like this. Items are ignored for the moment. All right. Or they default to the Gantt chart's date, end dates, and stuff like that. Items will be great for splitting up a Gantt chart. So, for example, you'll have an item and several tasks and projects underneath it, and all that kind of fun stuff. When we finally build this out proper. But for the moment, we can't do that. We need to actually include the start date and end date. Yes. So this is a problem I've got to think about. I can't put this as a bug yet because we don't have this as a feature at all. Oop. All right. Okay, so one potential solution to this, a very easy solution, is to add in a start date and end date and have 4 requirements. Whenever we want to create a Gantt chart from a requirement, we have to specify, yo, here's your date times and stuff like that. Otherwise, it's one of those things. Because I haven't actually thought far ahead with the Gantt charts, where I'm going to put them and how they're going to react with the whole entire system. At the moment, I know they're sitting under sprints. Sprints have a defined start and end date. The Gantt chart will fit in there perfectly fine. The requirement items just don't have start and end date. And what we can potentially do is just default them in where they're... And I think that's just going to have to be the plan. Another solution. Because in reality, requirement items are essentially user stories. User stories don't have start end dates. I mean, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But we still need those sort of things within the Gantt chart because you can use them to be like, okay, this is when we're finishing all of this sort of stuff. Other solution in implement default start and end dates. For items. These can still be used. to determine determine their time frame on the sprint. Smiley face. All right. I like that idea. Not going to implement it tonight though. Tonight I'm just going to ignore this. The reason being is I need to at least get this started, and then I can come back tomorrow and sort of get this done. So what I want to do is I want to export image, dark mode, copy, and do that. Cool. So yeah, items we're going to ignore for tonight. We're not going to in the very near future. And what we're going to do is we're going to implement them with a default start and end date. Essentially, it'll probably be creation date with 2 weeks, or either just have it that particular date, which is perfectly fine. And then within the sprint, what will happen is it'll just show as one block, because that will work perfectly fine if they have the same date. So project results, what we want is we want to undo this. We want annotate. What we want is title equals project title. And project name, sorry. Then we need the status equals project status. And hi, Nasta. How are you going? Hopefully you're going well. So we need project status ID equals project status ID. We need start date equals project start date. And then end date equals project end date. What other data? You're doing really well, just working on some things. Nice. That is great to hear. All right, cool. We've got object type, object status. Now up here, we just had it as annotate other column value. All right, cool. So we've got object type equals actually that should be destination. Actually no, object type equals value project. We probably need to include that value, and that's a character field. All right, cool. Now going back to my little diagram, so we've got the title, we've got the start date, we've got the end date, we've got the object type, we've got the object status. Those are the fields we want. I don't know why this is throwing up red. It probably wants F. Yeah, it wants that F stuff. And then we need to include that F. More actions. Import this name. It's not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Import. So let's just go the annotate route. Just putting object data over here. Gonna open up this. We're looking for F. Part of the models. All right, cool. Yes, Django, Vue, yeah, you name it. I do a lot of .NET for work with Embraco. So yeah, it's a language. I will try and use it. All right, so that should work. So now I just need to do this. And that's it. All right, and then if I paste that into there, let's go task. Oh, wrong one. So we've got task short description. We've also got task status and task status ID. Yep, task status, then task start date, and then task end date. All right, cool. So now we've got this data, we can get rid of that. That's okay. I'm just double checking equals value project. All right, and it's the only place where I can see it. Okay, keeping that in like that for the moment. So we've got this data coming through. I can close the models. I can close that now. What we want to do is I just want to double check the tuple. This is for Django. Convert list of tuples to JSON in. All right, cool. Let's go back to this. I'm not going to try tuples. I'm going to do a dictionary. So we want A.union B and then the values. All right, cool. So what we want, join union the data and send back to user. Okay, cool. So we want project results.union and then task results on top of that. That's perfectly fine. And then we just want values, and then we'll have title. We should break this down into readable chunks of code. Title, status, status ID, start date, end date, and that's it. And then all we need to do is from here, so we just need to learn how we send it back. So this would be, oh no, wrong one. Oh, this is good. Status options. And it looks like it's just that. Yeah, it looks like it's just that. So I'm just going to paste that as reference. And then what we want to do is return JSON response and JSON.dumps. And then we list the project results with our CLS of Django. That. All right. We do need to import this. on. Thank you. From Django.core.serializers.json import Django. Yep, all right, cool. That should work now. All right, I've done something wrong. Let's have a look. So we're just going to paste this in just as reference. Oi, oi. Fuck off. Seriously, sick of that bug. Let's just go results equals json.dumps. We have a list of project results, and CLS equals the Django JSON encoder. That's where my mistake is. There were capitals. There we go. Done. Cool. So now we've got to get the URL to point at this. This is having problems because it wants 2 lines up here. So we should get the URL to point at this. And then what we could do is just test it, just get it to get some data. It shouldn't be too hard to actually do. So yeah, let's do that. All right, so the URLs. All right. This is Gantt, not Sprint. I have got Sprint stuck in my head when I should have Gantt. LMNOPQRSTUV, it's after D's. Before groups. All right. So path is going to be Gantt data. Then we've got int, destination. Then int location ID, and then get data. This will be the Gantt views, or Gantt chart views dot get Gantt chart get data. Name equals Gantt chart get data. All right, we need to import that. There we go. Done. And this is like so. All right, sweet. All right, so now we get to jump into the view side of things. So we've got Gantt information view. What we need to do is we need to get that data that we want, and we do this in another place, very similar to this. So, sorry, I'm just seeing something at the moment. Okay. All right. Let's have a look at our old Vue stuff. All right. Scrolling down, what we've got is we've got a bunch of stuff here. I'm searching for Axios in here. So Axios, let's have a look at in a directory. We want this under Vuex or Vue. Might be one of those things that I have to do it here, and then I just populate it. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do here. So we've got initialized data. Get data from backend. So this will be this Axios.post. What we'll have is this.root URL. Then it'll be Gantt data / and then this will be destination. All right, straight off the bat, escape conditions. If this dot destination equals nothing, then return. Easy done. All right, this dot destination, then this dot location ID. All right, we don't have any data to send, but we do have a then, which will have a response, which we'll send through, and we'll add code into this, and then we'll have a catch where we've got an error, and what that will do is this $store.dispatch a new toast, where the header is like error fetching get data. The message is cannot retrieve get data, error, and then we've got an error. And now we're at a nut break. All right, cool. Another add time. I am just going to do some more weights. So, yeah. Slowly getting there. We're hitting a couple of hurdles. I'm glad that we did the mock-up before, because these hurdles would have been a pain. Whereas now I know I don't need to worry about the rendering or anything like that. I can do that really easily. So yeah, we can in fact hopefully get some code in. Sorry, get some data in tonight, and then we can start re-rendering some of that. We also need to start re-rendering in, one thing I have forgotten is the sprint information and stuff like that. I need to pass down all the start date and end date stuff, which I might pass directly from the sprint, which would be a lot better to do. Sorry, my arms are... I've done this how many times tonight? My arms are feeling it, let's just say that. All right. No, Max, you're like, nope. All right. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Let's get back to this. So let's finish this out and then I will say what I want to do. So message. Now, extra classes will be back danger. Delay will be 0. That's it. That's all we need here. Now, what I was thinking just before is this canned information. We could potentially get stuff to be sent down into here from above. Because if we got the parent start date and the parent end date, we can send that through, which will be really good. Saves us, actually just wait. No, we need the destination and all that kind of stuff too. Oh, but we'll have the location, we'll have the destination. Now that will be sprint information. I feel like this is a solution. Because if we go back to here, we were like, all right, we need the parent's object info. Now the title, we really don't need the title. We've got the ID and the object destination. We just need these two now. Now we're doing props for the ID and object destination. I feel like we can do the same thing here. Now the reason why I said title pass through is we could render in a title, but let's not for the moment. So let's go let's go Gantt start date. And let's go Gantt end date. Now, the one problem I'm foreseeing straight away, and if we go to Sprint HTML, and let's go down here, let's go Gantt start date. Let's put it there. Let's go into the sprint view, as in like the sprint as in model view controller. So we've got sprint information. We've got now I feel like I can do this better. I feel like, yeah, I can do this better. All right, didn't like it. Sprint object has no attribute values. Now, all right, yep, that's fine. Now I want to limit it down to just one. Now I could do that, but I don't know how that's gonna work. So let's try that. All right. Now the date time will come out like that. That's perfectly fine. But let's hit play. That worked perfectly fine. All right, let's view page source. Yeah, that didn't work at all. All right, ignore what I'm doing. So what I need is I need Gantt start date will equal sprint results 0.Gantt. Sorry, not Gantt chart date. That will be sprint start date. And Gantt end date equals sprint results 0.sprint end date. All right, and then I just key these in here. All right, like so. Then on the sprint information page, we should render that out. That'll be perfectly fine. So if we just cross that out, go back here, and we just dictionary object has no it's right there. Oh, it might be one of those cases where I got to do this. All right. Has no sprint end date. All right, let's have a look. Sprint start date. Huh. All right. Let's have a look at the admin. Let's have a look at sprints. We got sprint and we got sprint end date. All right, cool. We still do have it. Sprint end date. We just got to do that. Undo that. Wait a few seconds. Hit reload. Perfect. And there we go. We've got our data down there. So that's how it's rendering out. Sprint permissions I can close. URLs I'm going to close. I'm going to keep that open. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to start putting in the vbind. And then what we need is Gantt end date equals Gantt end date. Vbind Gantt start date equals Gantt start date. Then we need the destination. Vbind destination equals, and in this sort of case, we are just keying in the word sprint. Then we need vbind location ID equals, and then this will actually be the location ID. which will be the sprint ID. So we've got to actually send through the sprint ID into the front to render out. Like so. Easy done. All right. So we've got all that set up. Now with the Gantt information, so with this sprint information, the Gantt information, we've got the location ID, we've got the destination. So in here, we've got this, we've got this, we've got this, got the root URL, theme, user level, destination. Yep. Let's hit this. Realize that realize we haven't done this. All right, so we needed to do that. We also needed to go back into the sprint, into this one. And I believe we've got to do this. So, yep, that will work perfectly fine. All right, waiting a few seconds, hitting reload. All right, we loaded everything up. We don't have the Gantt chart rendering anything at the moment, but let's get some data. Actually, let's just see the debug first. So we'll go into here. We've got the app. We've got the sprint information. Cool. The Gantt chart itself. I'm just going to hit refresh. I think this is broken again. Oh my God, why does this break on me? There we go. Gantt charts. So we've got the destination and sprint. We've got the ender location ID, which is 3, so we can get the sprint 3 information. Sweet. We've got the root URL, we've got the theme, and we've got the user level. Perfect. So Luxon should be able to translate this into what we need. And we do use Luxon in places. In NearBeach. All right. Let's go into the Gantt information. So this is where we want to import Luxon. Okay, under directory, we just want source and we want everything. All right, this is how we're importing it. So we're just gonna copy this. We're gonna go into our, wherever we are, sprint information. No, can't, we want to close the sprint. Yeah, anyway, thank you very much, the Bob I Know. Thank you very much for coming and enjoy your weekend. So, yeah. All right, so we've got the date time stuff. Now we've got to figure out Luxon again. Oh, socks. Oh, Max, what are you doing? Are you knocking my stuff over in the cupboard? Socks still in here. Sorry, Max is knocking stuff over in the cupboard. So, Luxon is replacing Moment. So we got datetime.now.set. Yeah, all right, cool. Let's go parsing. So we got from ISO, from SQL, from seconds, from format. Oh, how are we doing it in other places? So if we look at the datetime stuff, now that is that new date equals datetime from ISO. And what is that ISO? I think that's how we want to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go under the Gantt information, under the mounted. I'm just going to go paste it in datetime from ISO, this dot Gantt and date. And I'm just going to do that. All right. So we're just testing this. So we're going over to the sprints. We're going into console. We're going to hit refresh. So we've got an object date. Sweet. And what we want to do is if we store as a global variable and go .ts, we can get the numbers. And it's those numbers that we want. The reason being is if we change everything into those particular numbers, everything will work perfectly fine. It means that I've also got to process a lot of data when it comes from the back end. A lot of data. Okay. Which is fine. Yeah. The reason why we want the ints is because they're easy to sort of do manipulations on to find out where things start and stop and all that kind of stuff. So that's why we want to get it into ints. And the thing is, I don't think I'm doing that at the back end, but I do want to do that at the front end. I do want Luxon to handle all of my data conversions. Sorry, date conversions and stuff like that, because that way it's consistent throughout the whole system. And what is that date time? Oh. Oh, that's today. That's not March the 25th. Oh, how am I doing this data somewhere else? All right. How am I handling this data elsewhere? Because we've got it in that format. It's because we JSONify everything. Shoot. And then we're using Python to make a string, whereas we kind of want it to be kept in this format. All right. To show you what I mean. So we've got this Gantt chart start date. If we go forward, you'll notice it's in this format. We want it in that format. And it should stay in that. It's not. But it changes. That's the annoying thing. So when we hit play, doesn't quite work because it comes through as this value, and we're like, no, we don't want that as that value. And if we look at page source and scroll down, you can see it's transferred it into that value. We don't want that to happen. And it thinks it's that object. All right, cool. I'm gonna try a little workaround. I'm gonna try an F string. There we go, perfect. And if we do the front end, and we open up this, all right, it can't be parsed because it's slightly different. We need it in JSON format. Okay. Oh, this is a doozy. All right, going back into here, let's go into from ISO. Let's go and search from ISO. Got a bunch of these. We need the T in there. That's the problem. So Python does stuff just that a little bit different to be annoying. Now that being said, we could do it from these formats. All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to go back here. I'm going to remove the S string from here for the end date. I am then going to go back into wherever I was. God, here. Yes, I was here. So console log arg date number 2. So date time dot from HTTP. This got Gantt chart end date. And this is Gantt chart start date. All right. I can hold off that ad. Yeah. Waiting a few seconds, we're going to hit reload. Object can't be passed as HTML. That should come through as a string. Gantt chart information. That should come through fine. All right. The input object can't be passed as... Why is it coming through an object there? That doesn't make sense. All right. Okay, let's just continue. This is a bit weird. If we view page source, comes through like that. And if we go into our parsing, that's March and all right. Yeah, no, I see that. The other thing is we can do from milliseconds to seconds. I think seconds would be better. So Python get time. All right. Shoot, don't know. I'm gonna have to, where have I done this? JSON data. Python convert date time to JSON date. JSON string. All right. The ISO format. Don't know if this will work. We'll find out in a second. All right, let's hit reload. All right. Something's good. It's got that T. Let's go into the Gantt chart down here. So console log test date is date time dot from ISO, and then we have this dot get Gantt. Let's do start date. Okay, let's see if this works. Gonna hit refresh. We don't have that error. We've got the TS as that particular day. Let's just copy that. Let's go date and paste that in, and then press a bunch of other keys and just open up some random stuff. So we've got April the 19th at 10 o'clock. So this is good. I like this. All right. This is working how we want it to. So what we need to do is down here, we need to, all right, when mounted, send start and end date to Vuex. So I'm gonna remove this now. I'm gonna remove this now. And morning, I clutch Pentakill. Okay. Fun name. Morning, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. We are mostly doing Vue and a bit of Django. Clutch is fine. All right, welcome. Yes, I'm going good. I'm just figuring stuff out at the moment, just rambling, and yeah, I do hope you are going to enjoy my content. All right, so I'm going to close this. The Gantt chart views, at the moment, I'm going to close that because we don't want that information. What I want to do is with the VueJS sort of stuff, I'm going to close everything I don't need at the moment. I think that's what's causing a lot of troubles. I'm just getting confused with what's what. So up here, we want actions because we're going to mutate a bunch of stuff. First off, we want to update, we've got state. Let's actually put the state in. So we've got start date, it's going to be 0. We've got an end date, that's going to be 0. So those are going to be ints. We have a counter days or delta. Hopefully I just started my journey this week in all of this, getting started with Python and studying QA. Fair enough. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, I am currently building a Gantt chart functionality in NearBeach. So NearBeach is an open source project management system designed to, manage your projects. It has inside it, and we can quickly run over here. You got your basic sort of organization, customer sort of information, very, very basic. You have the ability to build Kanban boards. You can start projects and tasks. You can gather user requirements. And when you're all done and dusted and ready to deploy, you've got requests for changes. So they're designed, so essentially it's like a little checklist of who's doing what, who's responsible for what, and what happens when. And yeah. Thank you. So yeah, I've got socials. I've also got the code up on GitHub if you're interested. That's the old address. It's now just github.com NearBeach. Yeah. So yeah, it's a tool which I've been working on for a couple of years now. Yeah, we're implementing more functions into it now. We've spent probably the last year and a half essentially really delving into it and improving it's sort of bug fixing and improving a bit of its flow. So yeah, and we're just about to hit ads, so don't worry, you won't miss anything during ads unless you've got well, actually if you've got turbo, you probably will see me do some weights or something silly like that when the ads come on. There they are. All right, cool. I don't know if you're getting the ads or not, but this is what I tend to do when there are ads. Well, when Twitch tells me there's ads, so no one misses out on content. And then I am doing weights. God. And my arms are getting sore. Oh, did the ads stop? It's not saying ads on this tool anymore. All right, that was weird. I did see the ads for a minute. Oh well. Okay, they must have been different types of ads or something. I don't know. Because it did pop up saying ads and then it's no longer there. Oh well, anyway. So what we want to do in here, now as a sort of placeholder type of thing, I've been using Delta. Ads can be funky sometimes. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong there. It did pop up because on my side, what I see is in the chat just above the, where you can send your messages and stuff, a little pop-up will pop up and be like, oh, ads are in 5 minutes or something like that. And then when the ads happen, it'll be like, it'll pop up and there'll be a countdown saying ads are currently running. So it started doing that, went to pick up the weights, came back, no ads. So I don't know what happened. So yeah. Anyway, with this particular functionality, we were using Delta here, which we can continue to use In fact, I will use, because the delta does imply the difference between the start date and the end date. So what we want to do is down here, we want to have update delta. Then we have state and process. Oh, no. I'm just opening up something else for reference now. Payload. Okay. And then we commit. And that goes into update document list. Update document list. All right, cool. Sorry, state management. It's a great thing. Love it. Love it to bits, but sometimes I need to memorize a lot. So this will be this dot delta. Oh, state dot delta, sorry. Equals payload dot delta. All right, so actions will be, so that won't be append, it'll be initialize. Yeah, we kind of want to set that, don't we? Initialize data. Yeah, I want that. So initialize data, and then in here we'll have to have the state, we'll have the commit, and we'll have the payload. And then we have arrow functions. All right, cool. So once that's done, I'm just going to put in an example, commit the data. It will be commit type update delta. So I'm just putting those in just for example at the moment, and then I'm closing this, and then I'm having a proper think. So I could have initialized data and then update data up here. So what the difference between actions and mutations is mutations are really meant for one thing, just mutating the data. So just updating that data to updating the value. Whenever you have a bit of business logic or anything like that, you should be putting these in the actions. In this sort of case, we will be having a bit of business logic. So one of the business logics would be actually calculating the difference between the start date and the end date and getting that delta. So we will definitely need to have this in actions. And what we could potentially do is initialize data, and then we've done this elsewhere. I'm trying to remember where we did it. And we could copy that same sort of method. We did it here. Oh yeah, don't forget to drop. You can put a little emote after the drop. And what will happen is it will drop with that little emote. So I've got, you know, Suspicious Max dropping right now. All right, so we could potentially do these object keys and stuff like that, and then just go update data. Update, yeah. I think that's going to be the best solution. So I'm just going to put this over here. We're going to copy that sort of method. So we'll just delete this. We'll have update get chart. I'm just going to minimize this whole. I don't need to have that up constantly. So we'll have the state and we'll have the payload. This is actually not an arrow function. And then what we want to do is, now this is getting the index of the location. We don't need to worry about any of that or that. What we need to do is loop through the payload and update the results according to the keys. So we need object.keys for the payload, and then we go for each, and then we have a simple key. We're not skipping any keys whatsoever. This is pretty simple, so we don't need to do this. And then all we need to do is first time seeing a drop. Fair enough. They are kind of fun. I do enjoy them. So yeah, I remember when a lot of streamers had them. Update the results. So now, do we need to include these as an int? They are. Oh. So far they. Everything's going to be an int key at the moment. So I will need int keys. Defining int keys. All right, cool. Not a problem. Const int keys equals, and this is just an object where we just go delta start date and then end date. That's it. And then if int keys dot includes the key itself, then what we need to do is state dot field, no, state dot Kanban card results. All right, that's, yep. We go state key equals pass int, and then we have essentially the row. Oh, how am I doing this? I'm mucking this up. Oh, muck this up. Scroll up to where I need it. So in here, int keys, yada yada yada. So in this sort of case, we're literally just going and just passing the payload key. All right, cool. That's it. Else it'll be state key equals payload key. So like normal. And that should be it. So I'm moving that over there. Then with the initialized data, with the initial data, and what we need up here is Gantt chart data, and that's just going to be an array. So when it comes through, we need to calculate the delta. So we'll have in here const delta equals payload dot start date. Payload, this is where we're going to borrow a formula, because we've done this formula before. It's better to copy and paste it and actually essentially follow it to make sure we get it correct. So up here with the Gantt chart, this one, we've got to calculate the number of days. It's this particular formula here, and what we do is we'll just paste it in. And that's a good name we should have, delta days instead of delta. All right, and then down here, we have delta days. So this will be number math round. This will be payload and payload. So we get the end date, we minus the start date from it. So that will give us the number of seconds between the start date and the end date. What we're then doing is we're dividing that by the number of seconds in a day to get the number of days between the two. And then we are rounding it. Now we should be rounding down in theory. All right, that is, just give me 2 seconds. JavaScript round down math.floor. There we go. So yeah, we should be rounding down. And then if it is 0, we plus 1. Okay, so that then becomes a let. So if delta days equals 0, we add 1. So if delta days equals 0, delta days equals 1. All right, so now we commit the data. And this is where we go commit. And we just do everything out here. We should just send the payload through. I don't think I can mutate the payload. Yeah, I don't think I can mutate the payload. So what we're doing, type is going to be update, not delta. It'll be update Gantt chart. Brain not braining today. Yeah, well, it's Friday. It's Friday, so brain not braining at the moment is allowed. Perfectly fine. So we've got delta days, and that will be delta days. Now, is that plural? Did I put it up? Yep, I did plural. And then we've got end date is going to be payload.end date. Then the start date is going to be payload.start date. And then we've got the Gantt chart data. So Gantt chart data is going to be payload.Gantt chart data. So if I do all of that, that should get everything up into VueJS, which is our state management. So from here, what we could do is if I need to edit one of the rows in the Gantt chart data, I can actually write in a little function in here that will mutate it. Perfectly fine. So yeah, this is what we want. So going not to the test data anymore because we've done what we've done. Here we need to initialize start data, initialize data. So I'm going to get rid of this. You can get rid of this. I'm going to go this.initialize data. On the response we get back, let's just go console log response data for the moment, because I want to see what I get back. And I don't know why this is open. All right, let's hit refresh. We have a 404 and we have our music not playing, and this has been there we go. So I just like looking at other bits of music for the moment, but yeah. All right, let's get back into it. So it's saying 404 because we don't have / get data, right? What was our URL? Let's have a look. I should get data. There we go. Should have put that in properly before. Okay, sprint information. Waiting for a couple of seconds, hitting reload. Ooh, we still don't have that get data. It's still showing 500. This is a different response now. So, in order to allow non-dictionary objects to be serialized, set the safe parameter to false. Okay. Ooh, and thank you very much, Clutch, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So, yeah. As I am slowly getting through all this. So, essentially, it fails down here. So what I need, safe equals false. Wait a few seconds for Django to do its thing, get back here. Ooh, we got our data. We currently have nothing. But there's nothing like that. What if we do a 1? Still nothing like that. Ooh. You have to go oh yeah, fair enough. Well, thank you very much for the follow. Then thank you very much for popping in. I do hope to see you in future streams. So yeah, thank you. All right, so we're getting no data, which is really annoying because we should be getting some data. And what I can do is I can comment out those lines, and I can comment out those lines for the moment and just get all the data. Now it's telling me it's not serializable. That is really annoying. Oh. Okay. I'm just going to put a little breakpoint here. We're going to hit it. All right. We're going to have a look at project results. So that's a query set. So if I have a look at this, Django query set. All right. List. All right, wrap it. Oh, all right, cool. Let's have a look at this. Let's just pass this through, perfectly fine. Let's just right-hand click, paste this in. Let's not worry about this one line. Let's go bang, bang. All right, cool. So straight off the bat, what we want is results equals list of project results. All right. And then return JSON response data safe equals false. Well, that will be results. Okay, waiting a few seconds, hitting reload. It's going over here. I'm just going to hit play. No, object of type project is not JSON serializable. Okay. Let's do that. Object.type project is not JSON serializable. Oh, come off it. Let's just do that. Let's see if we can get one. No. Where is that breaking? Oh, I don't think this is... All right, let's have a look at this. Marshmallow. No, all right. I'm just closing everything now. All right, so this ain't working. We have object data where we do this. So let's have a look at object data. Okay, cool. Sweet, let's just scroll down. So that's the add bug. Dot filter, yep, that's, however, that's normal. We're not doing any of the values. Customer results, and you know, that is get customers, yada, yada, yada. That will be of query set customer. All right. So this is object customers. We filter. We get the object customers from the destination, and then customer object filter. All right, we're not doing the values though. Ooh, here we are though. So we're getting the data, and then we got the values. So I'm gonna place this over here. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna still union the stuff. But then I'm just gonna put in dot values at the end. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave it like that. And then what I want is, let's go results equals JSON dot dumps. We're turning this into a list. So this will be the project results dot values. And I'm just going to yank this line, and I'm just going to paste it in, and I'm going to remove this. And what I want to do is I'm just going to go results equals project results. And then I really shouldn't have closed that window, because now I'm like, all right, what did I do? Oh, then I did this, JSON loads. Oh, don't know if that will work. I really don't think that will work. Oh, it worked. All right. Cool. Didn't limit it down to the values we wanted it though. That is very disappointing because we should be having just the values in there. What the? Because we've got project results, task results. Yeah. Okay. That is extra annoying. I should have tested this out before. Not a problem. Not a problem. Sorry, I'm just searching for something. All right. Let's do this again. Django, RM, union, different models. Let's try this out. It's how do you union two queries from the same or different? All right, the union operator is used to combine the results of two or more query sets. The query sets can be from the same or different models. When the query sets are different from different models, the fields and the data types should match. So what we need is we need the fields. So I know what I'm done wrong. All right, I've done something really stupid. I forgot to put in the values. So yeah. All right, cool. That's fine. Let's just put this up at the top. Let's see where this is breaking exactly. All right, cool. So we've just done this. We're annotating a bunch of stuff on. All right, cool. So I'm going to go project results. So project results, we can see query set, yada, 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 yada. All right, cool. And this is where it breaks. So we don't have object type in there. Done. All right, waiting a few seconds. We're gonna hit reload. And I've just realized we've started an ad break. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope everyone's going well tonight. We're getting there slowly. Yeah, just a bit of tripping up and stuff like that. So hopefully once I get this started, I'll come back and actually refactor quite a lot and make it a lot simpler. I will need to actually sort of write in comments why we're doing this and so forth like that. Yeah, it doesn't help at the moment that I haven't fully planned out sprints. I do want them included into, sorry, not sprints, the Gantt charts yet. I do want them included within the sprints, but where else I want them included, I haven't figured it out yet. So it's one of those things where I might need to get it done. And yeah. So yeah, the joys of this. Anyway, about 20 seconds left. So yeah, I have a big feeling that there's going to be a lot of issues around this, and that I will need to come in and clean up quite a lot of the business logic, and simplify it, refactor it, extract it out so it's reusable and all that kind of stuff. So yep. And welcome back. And hello Poggle, how are you going? So how long have I been working on this? All right, that's I've got 2 answers. I technically started back in 2016, but what I did was back in August 2020, I deleted 95% of the code, and I should have deleted 100% of the code, because by that stage I had learnt a lot and I really wanted to refactor it. And that, and also it became a mishmash of a CRM, project management, quote tool, and it wasn't working together. So that's why I deleted it. So yeah, pretty much since August 2020. So yeah. You good? Just a work from home day. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I do like those days. Today was that day too. So yeah, we're seeing how long I can go tonight. I am hoping a certain streamer will pop on so I can raid them, but it looks like they're not going to. So I might pick another streamer, but that's fine. These things happen. All right. So what I've done is we've got this data. I'm just going to hit play. I'm just going to get rid of this now. I'm going to hit play. We should, oh shoot, we've still got those issues. Or is that the same issue and I just never fixed it? All right, I'm going to put that there and I'm just going to refresh it. It's going to hit the breakpoint. We go through all of this object, yep. All right, so now it's fine. So now we should be able to union them. All right, now we should be able to get the results. Ooh. All right. Not a problem. What we'll do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we yank those 6. We'll union this like so. And what I'll do is I'll make this look like it's a lot nicer. There we go. And I'll make it hit that. And that actually, let's go results. Like that. And don't forget to drop. So drop, and then what you can do is you can put on a emoji at the end. So let's hit refresh. We've got our data, we've got our results. So our results will equal that query set. I'm just going to hit view. All right, that looks fine. And why is it doing that? Is it because it's that? All right. Oh, we got a 200. We've got data. Sweet. And it's in our format that we want it now. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that. I'm going to delete this here. I'm going to rekey this in. I'm going to rekey this one in. And then what we want to do is we just want to hit refresh. All right, cool. So we got 2 bits of data points for this. That's perfectly fine. With the view stuff now, so we've got the data. We should be getting a console log. So if we go to the console, there's our console log. We've got an array. We can clear that out now. So we've got our array. Let's actually send this data upstream. So what we want to do is essentially we want to go this $store dot dispatch initialize data, but I need to actually make that more verbose or verbose. Initialize Gantt chart data. Okay. The reason being is initialize data. What data? What do we initialize? What sort of thing? It becomes a bit more confusing. So what we want is we want the end. Essentially, if we go into the Gantt chart, we just want to copy these 4 lines, paste them in, and what we need to do is get the start data, the dates. So const end underscore date equals date time dot from ISO this dot Gantt end date, and const start date equals date time dot from ISO this dot Gantt start date. Now we can technically get the delta in here. Because we don't need to no, I want to send this up to the action. Okay, cool. So the delta days we're not dealing with. The Gantt data would be the response.data. The end date would be enddate.ts and start date.ts. And then if we hit save, minimize this because we no longer need it. We wait a few seconds, hit reload. Nothing has broken. We're going to the view. We're going to then click on the Vuex. We're going to have a look at the Gantt charts. We have a problem with the delta days, but we can fix that up in a second. So we've got delta days, we've got the Gantt chart data, we've got the end date, we've got the start date, and we've got the type. Now, why do we have problems with the delta days? So, with the Gantt chart, what I'm going to do, console log delta days. It's probably that. Hopefully not the floor. Let's hit reload. Still not a number. Oh. Why? All right, let's break down this math formula. So the first off is just this one. The next one would be the essential whole thing in there. And then essentially math.floor, and we just paste it in. All right. Waiting a few seconds. What we want to do is we just want to hit reload. I didn't do it in time. Oh, we got NAs throughout the whole lot. Okay. So what I'm going to do and it's updating the dates and stuff like that. So just hang on 1 second. That's it. That's the problem. We've got end date, end date. Yeah, we've got to have Gantt at the end. Like so. All right. That just makes it so that people understand what date this is. So delta days, Gantt. All right, cool. With this one, end date, end date, Gantt, Gantt. All right, cool. Easy done. We're just gonna hit reload. Wait a few more seconds, of course. Gonna hit reload. Now, if we go to the view, all right, I need to, fix something up. But the delta days is working. So what I need to do, Gantt chart, payload, I'm doing it here too. There we go. Waiting a few seconds. There you go. Perfect. All right. So we've got the delta days, we've got the end of Gantt, the start of the Gantt, and so forth like that. From here, we can easily render the header. And all that kind of other stuff too. Yeah, we've done really well. So anyway, I'm just gonna see if that particular person is actually doing stuff. No, they're not. What's the time anyway? Yeah, I'm gonna call it there tonight. It is almost 11. I have been streaming for 4.5 hours. So, I haven't done keybind in a while.
Playing Keynote is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
All right, we're getting an ad. All right. Damn ads. Anyway, we've done quite a bit tonight. We've moved forward. So yeah, we're getting data coming through. Now what we need to do is we need to go in and sort of render it out. Once it gets rendered out, we just then got to do the manipulation of that data and all that kind of stuff. Once we're happy with that, we've got the basics for the Gantt chart, and the idea being is the Gantt chart will eventually become more and more complicated, so we're keeping an eye on how we're going to do that. Anyway, all right, keybind. Okay, cool. Raid has been created. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for coming tonight. It has been wonderful. We got stuff done. Yeah, well, we're getting there slowly with the Gantt chart. Anyway, have fun. I do hope you enjoy the next stream. So yeah, thank you very much everyone.
Oh no, because the key is wrong, right?